I think that today, the 29th of September 2025, it will go down in history as the day when we start running the banking and the excited that we had 50% of the member institutions in the room. That's the members of the Standard Bank and Financial Services. We had 14 member banks in the room. We have observation in the room and other teams, the team members that are in charge of planning.
We've had a wonderful session today, unpacking or building, putting together the building blocks for the competence framework for the industry. One of the things that has stood out for me is the fact that this is not something that is new. We've had opportunity to look at what the Malaysian banking sector looked at when they were building future skills, the future skills framework. I'm pretty excited about the journey mainly because of two things. One is that this is an opportunity for future skills and talent and define the skills for the industry or for the sector, but also most importantly, build a sustainable talent framework or competency framework that will live on and not only strengthen the industry, but catapult us to the next generation.
Has been so helpful.
Also, planning. Those are some of the beautiful things that I identify right. The financial industry has had a challenge of succession planning, and this will go a long way of solving that, because now we'll be able to support our colleagues to have career paths with this framework that we are working on. I am extremely happy that we've had quite a number of financial institutions in the room today with us, And we are looking forward to doing that.
So the plan, the university that have a plan, because of the plan, we can use what we have done. You excited?
Yeah, I'm excited that I'm going to start learning golf. I'm courtesy of the Institute of Bankers and Financial Services. Financial Bank is here. We are representing and we are golfing from today on. Be there, come watch as we learn to do our first golf game here today and many, many years to come.
I'm glad to be part of this every and exciting. Also, the most important thing is get to explore talent and get together.
I'm here to continue my learning of the golf. I'm still in the novice section, but I believe one day I'll get there because the people who are teaching us are really good. I thank UIPFS for this kind of preparation because, you know, it's my first time to play golf.
So happy to be here. It's UIB Golf Tournament. We're having fun. And it's a great thing.
We're here excited, cheered up, and as always, we are the defending champions for the Uganda Bankers Golf Tournament, and we are here to claim our position. We are on it, our team is ready, already started playing, and guess what? We are doing this again. So I'm trying.
Learn, transform, lead.
Masterclass finishing strong 25 with topic beating and surpassing your numbers. Yeah.
My name is Richard. What's up, Richard? Thank you. This is what my
Your numbers.
The highlight is the impossible is what can choice.
Everybody should have non-negotiables.
Some things are the hard things or the hardest to do.
Always, stuff to boost their morale.
I encourage you. We have plenty of room. It is good for you.
I've managed to, my team has managed to run so. That's it.
Thanks. Đôi bạn dài, đôi hạt, đôi bạn dài.
The services finishing from into five. Capacity. And business charge. Ignite. I got you. But get it on board. Get it all. Build unity of purpose. Let's love. Finish the year strong. Let's start 2026 even strong. So, join us. Let's get it on. 8th of October. 2025. We're all so together. Understand you. Since we got to be.
Learn, transform, lead.
Giving yourself to me is never before. If the love is true, that's so true. Wonderful, life can be. I'm asking you, babe, get it on me. I ain't gonna push, babe.
We are doing this, can we sustain it? And why do we do it? Because we know what behavior is. You can learn something, but behavior not in a different way. It's got to be campaigns such as this, and I want to appreciate the people who spoke before me. Chair, you made my work so easy. But I'm delighted that you understood it, and that's why you have been here for all this. One thing I know that we are all going to take out of this room is the sustainable development today is no longer a choice, but a way of life.
Don't you, baby? Stop, stop, how good. Oh, gonna get it on. Threatening you, baby. I won't let it know. You don't have to worry that it's wrong. If the spirit moves you, let me groove. Good, let your love come down. Get it on, come on, baby. Do you know it? Sanctify.
Apaisez-moi, montez-moi énième fois. Amour, rends-moi ma bébé vivant, mon amour.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. Some of us are a little bit excited. But before we start, I want to find out that Francis from Smartest Town Church is here. Very good. Sir, I have been informed fully that Mr. Bangla, you were the prayer warrior. So the moment we get done with the activities, we will come and dedicate our inaugural works into the hands of the Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request the words of the anthems and then officially begin the stop. Tom, I request that you come close. Let's standing as yes, please can give us the opening for the ceremony. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this gathering, for life, and for the works of our hands. Tonight, we acknowledge that every good gift comes from you. As we celebrate today, guide our decisions that contribute to the growth of our communities and our nation. As we continue to serve you through our different professions, grant us integrity and excellence. May you guide us through before us and grant us peace for the rest of this evening. We pray this believing and trusting through your Son Jesus Christ. Amen. And take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, I want to extend appreciation that you have joined us at the Memorial Awards. That have been organized by the Bank of Services, together with the Protection, the Bank of Uganda, and the Uganda Bankers Association. It's exciting to be here. Before we begin with the formalities, allow me to give you a Rosama Band to just welcome you with one or two songs so that we start the mood of celebration in Nigeria. Rosama Band, please take us away for the next 6 minutes. Then we should be able to hear into the program where I should be able to show you my co-host to be able to also have a detailed understanding of how we should be able to gel into this function. But my man, your time is now. Thank you very much.
Let me over the right side of those house of balls. We are from under here, so to be those ones. There is only the only thing that's right. Our first love, your every breath that's in, your every step I made. I never saw. Sing my heart, sing my stuff, because one, and myself just become, and forever, I hold you close and calm. I can't resist your words. I'll be your form. Oh, your soul. You know what my eyes. Oh, you know what I am. You don't even know where I see. I'm so about away. I am slow.
Alikuwa kwa yellow. Yeah. Hey, madam hajakwambia ni nani? The brother. The brother. Vitu kwako. Kama anatumia eh?
Allow me to dive into the protocol of the day, so that it can be easy on ceremony as well. Allow me to start with now, as I made mention of these religions. I'll kindly request that you stand up so you can see them. But please join me in welcoming them with a big round of applause as we move along. Allow me to start with our guest of honor, the Governor Bank of Uganda, here represented by the Executive Director, supervision from the bank, Mr. David Kayako. Let me put my hands together to appreciate him. We very much to have a special guest from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in Director of Economic Affairs, Mr. Moses Arthur. And I wish to come together to appreciate him. Thank you very much for joining us. Founding members, the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services. Allow me to start with Mr. Seth Okunen, who I'm going to request to stand up and give you an applause. Thank you very much. Speaking of the founding members, please join me in appreciating the presence of Mr. Bishop Kapiachula. So thank you very much to those that are the founding members of the institute. for which we are grateful that they service to allow me to recognize the presence of our board chair for the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services, also members of the CEO of Housing Finance, Mr. Michael Gani, and I request him to stand up for the presentation. Allow me with some experience to recognize the presence of the fellow board members that I've seen here, who are not yet mentioned, but I'm sure that we are enormously grateful they joined us for the award ceremony. Allow me also recognize the presence of our key partners in every activity that we have at the Institute. The Uganda Bankers Association continues to be with us. And allow me to recognize the presence of the board chair of the Uganda Bankers Association, who also doubles as the CEO of Mr. Julius Aketa. Together with the fellow board members that are here with us, we don't take it for granted. In the same spirit, it is important that we make known that we have other regulators that have joined us on this journey. And allow me to show you the CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, who is here represented by Mr. Kevin Katete, who is the manager licensee. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much, sir, of the Insurance Regulatory Authority. We've still been joined by other partners, and it's key to mention that we have the Deposit Protection Fund, here represented by none other than Dr. Juliet. And we've big round Juliet, Juliet. Thank you very much for coming. I have also been fully informed that we have the Financial Intelligence Authority. Can I request the team leader of the Financial Intelligence Authority to stand up for recognition? Okay, so my apologies, when you recite there are a lot of lines, so it can affect how I read the names, but also how I see the problem. But we're very grateful to be here. Allow me to share very well who is the host of this program, the CEO of the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services, Mr. Dorothy Masabi. Thank you very much. Allow me also recognize the presence of the CEO of the Uganda Bankers Association, Mr. Ward. Thank you very much for joining us. And those are key partners as we move along this project. We have development partners, but before I move to development partners, we did ask in the room different CEOs, different banks, and different financial sector players who are going to request that we give them a big round of applause. I will join us. See you here, and I want to really skip the part of mentioning the institution because I know to be able to talk about the CEOs, executives, executive directors, banks, and financial institutions present. We are grateful to be here. We have an institution that has continued to partner with us, the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services, on markets of financial inclusion. But they also are only sponsors. They are among our sponsors for these individual awards, and allow me to recognize our knowledge partner, development partner, in ABI Finance. And I request the team from ABI Finance to stand up with the recognition. People that are looking up for sponsors is not appealing, you can do better. When you talk about sponsors, it is important for us to know that we have only two sponsors this evening, ABI Finance and the Bank of Uganda. Can we clap for the regulator? So we want to thank you very much for the journey so far, the activities that you continue to engage with us. I've seen the different umbrella bodies here present. I know that the Uganda Insurance Association should be in the room in a short while, and we recognize them. But I noticed that the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda aren't here. I saw their CEO, Madam Jacqueline Babazi. Okay, she may have stepped out, but let's appreciate the umbrella bodies that are here with us. These awards have been really quite interesting, but it would have been quite a difficult journey without these two institutions. Allow me to start with appreciating esteemed panel of judges who I going to request to stand up. We give them a big round of applause. Panel of judges, can I request to stand up and give them a big round of applause? Okay, thank you very much. The team leader of the judges will come here and ensure that we should be able to name our names, but I appreciate the different levels of experience that we are also with the judges to make sure that we have superintendent. These are being supported by a technical partner, and this is none other than PwC. And I request a team from PwC to also stand up for recognition. Team from PwC, tech matters, the gender very serious, some of the women. Okay, we're grateful, I'm sure that I'm going to follow through to join us. Members of the state, that's the difference media houses, radio, print, TV, we want to appreciate it together with our social media team that is making sure that this event is not beyond the boundaries of this show. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Can each one of you extend your right hand of friendship to your neighbor and officially welcome them to the inaugural Final Bankers Awards. Thank you very much. I noticed that some of the men, when they were greeting ladies that didn't have rings, they were taking Roma. It's important that we exchange friendship in a good way. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you here at this beautiful evening to make sure that the event is quite interesting. I have my co-host in queue, who I just want to make sure she comes and says hello, and then we should be able to know without joining or coming on co-host queue. How are you?
Doesn't believe right now, we're also going to actually. Thank you so much, God, for setting the scene so beautifully. We are very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. I'm absolutely honored because after such a list of people of such pedigree, to save me for last, I am truly honored. Thank you. I think I deserve a round of applause. To save me for last, I'm very honored. It's very nice to have you, ladies and gentlemen. However, allow me to take you a step back, just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, opening for us this evening was the band, and I think they need to introduce a little copyright law where you're not allowed to sing a song better than the owner of the song. These guys did an amazing job. A round of applause for the band. But in everything, when you come into someone's house, it's that someone's job to welcome you officially. Before you start enjoying, I hope you haven't eaten anything. Before you start drinking, it's important for that person to welcome you to their house. So before we start this event, join me, Gava and myself, in welcoming our host for this evening and the person who's responsible for putting this all beautifully together. Ladies and gentlemen, join me welcoming the CEO for the Institute of Banking and Financial Services, Mrs. Dorothy Musabe.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether that was meant for me to dance as I come here, but thank you very much. Special guest and chief guest, the Minister of Finance represented by the Director of Executive Affairs, Mr. Moses Kagwa, guest of honor, the Governor Bank of Uganda, represented by the Executive Director Supervision, Mr. David Kaliambo, all industry captains, all protocols observed. I would like to really warmly welcome you to this day, very special day it is for us at the Institute and the entire industry. You look great, you look amazing. I can see that you got the dress code right. And from where I am, I think you should be proud of yourself. Let me start by saying that we had another party like this, a partner and a sponsor at the same time, the Uganda Bankers Association. Let's come up with it. So distinguished guests, industry leaders, partners, nominees, and friends of the banking and financial services fraternity, good evening to you. Tonight, we gather for the first ever annual Bankers Awards, a celebration of excellence and innovation, and on behalf of the Institute, I really welcome you. It is really an honor for me to welcome you to this monumental event. The event is the result of a conversation that began at the end of 2024 during last year's annual Bankers Gala, where we observed that every time we recognize excellence, it takes all the way until sometimes 10 o'clock. And it's not a befitting celebration. And at the same time, as a conversation we had with the fellows of the Institute, in 2022, there was a big need to celebrate excellence. They felt that we are letting that go. We needed to celebrate excellence, both at our field, in terms of sports, but also celebrate excellence in the field of banking. So it became very clear for us that the sector deserves a dedicated, dignified moment to honor all the participants. And tonight, we celebrate values that are essential to the strength and growth of our industry. We celebrate from professional excellence, innovation, and individual leadership, ESG and sustainability, trust and transparency, and outstanding customer service. The awards came at the right time, a time when Uganda's financial sector is evolving rapidly, and the sector globally embracing technology, redefining customer experience, and expanding access to economic opportunities. Therefore, we need to recognize excellence because it is catalytic. It pushes us forward, strengthens our institutions, and sharpens our collective commitment to excellence. For our inaugural edition, we received 57 submissions. Can we go back? Across 16 diverse categories, reflecting the richness of our sector's talent and leadership. These categories include, at the institutional level, we had the Bank of the Year, Outstanding Digital Innovation, Customer Experience of the Year, ESG plus environmental focus, Financial Crime Prevention, Best Bank in Agriculture Financing, Best Bank in Asset Financing, FinTech Partnership of the Year, Best Bank in Mortgage Financing, Best Bank in Trade Finance. At the individual level, we had the Bank of the Year. The Bank of the Year is an individual about 35 years and who was nominated by their bank. So we had many banks nominated their bankers for the year. Then we had the Best Branch Manager for good reason. Again, banks nominated their best branch managers. And then we had the outstanding young banker who would be 35 years. So they should have everything there. And independent panel of 8 judges. Please clap for them once again. From the industry experts, development partners, and sector leaders carefully assessed all our submissions. We extend our sincere appreciation to Vincent Rita Baraka, who is a consultant, but also our former board chair, the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services. She's also a fellow at the Institute. Mr. George Shaw, a fellow of the Institute, and the chairperson of the audit committee at the Uganda Institute. He's also a fellow, as I mentioned. Mr. Stephen Manje, a retired banker and also a founder of the Uganda Forex Bureau Association. Mr. Patrick Legaza, Director of Communications at the DBM. Let's clap. Ms. Irene Nakasita, President Public Relations Association of Uganda, also Director of Communications at the Uganda Red Cross. Let's clap. Mr. Lawrence Mutumba, investment manager at ABI Finance for some good reason. Mr. Jimmy Kakuma Vyakanga, head of internal audits, insurance training college, representing our partners. And Ms. Rachel Fogage, a team lead at the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda. We also recognize PwC, the auditing firm that ensure transparency and credibility, integrity throughout the evaluation. They prepared the forms that were actually used to assess, and were busy ensuring that there is no fault. We thank you for looking at the evaluation. Teresa and Lorraine, please stand up for recognition. Now, for all of you, thank you for lending your expertise, time, and judgment to this very inaugural edition, and which we really hold dear. Because without saying that we would not have done this without you. Our dear baptized, please try for yourself. You believe in this event and put your best foot forward in your submission. And I extend heartfelt gratitude to you and each and everybody that participated. Everybody that took the time to fill out this submission this morning. To the UIDFS team, thank you for your commitment and hard work. Wherever you are, please stand up for recognition. The UIDFS team, they did mention that I put this together. Obviously, I did this together as well. Our Director of Professional Development, Director of Business Development, Christine, who led the team. We are very grateful. Director Mary, who guided particularly around the accolades. Thank you very much. And everybody at the institute, we greatly appreciate you. You'll get time to see them. Our theme tonight is Beyond the Finish Line. We continue with the theme from the sports gala. It reminds us that excellence is a continuous journey. These awards mark a milestone, but they also mark a beginning. A beginning of a stronger culture of recognition, because moving forward, we are going to be recognizing you in better ways, and we hope you can give us some feedback today. A beginning of deeper collaboration within the sector, a beginning of review commitment to professionalism, innovation, and sustainability, and a beginning of celebrating those who lives the way you are. And as the UIDFS, we reaffirm our mandate to grow, inspire, and empower a competent and critical banking force, capable of shaping a resilient and inclusive financial future by learning, transforming, and taking leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first annual Bankers Awards. Enjoy yourself.
I will, Mrs. Valentina, we request you stay for a minute. You talked about excellence, and this room is an embodiment of excellence. Only a blind madam can leave their station at 4 p.m. and be at this event at about 4:35, looking as stunning as they do, fitting with their heels. They have done another a round of applause for how stunning they all look. We highly request that you invite the Lord Chef to give us one us.
Yes, it's my honor to invite you to this time.
Thank you very much, Speaker Oreti. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see you looking so sharp. The development of the entire bank and financial services fraternity. Great, and I'm so happy, humbled, and grateful to be here with you this evening. So, I walked in the room and saw our elders, Sir Richard Kinshka, and members, Governor, Mr. Perez Mkune, that's really humble. And I mentioned to them that I'm glad they laid the foundation promise to increase and continue to touch lives. And I'm glad we're here and joined us. Thank you for attending this meeting. So I have very few, lots of you, they laid the foundation remarks sharing this evening. And another day I'll try and see how I can make it brief. So indeed, tonight is an important milestone for us. Together, I must say all of us in the room, the entire banking and financial services sector. And it is an honor to stand before you, the inaugural annual Bank Awards. A celebration that I believe all of us know is deeply rooted in the fact that excellence needs to be seen and appreciated. When we began this conversation last year about the establishing the Appreciated Awards platform for industry, the intention went beyond reorganizing an event. We need to organize a strategic opportunity. Position these awards as a sector-wide mechanism for organizing and amplifying excellence. Excellence, innovation, and professionalism. When the CEO came here, talked about some of the key things that mandate of the institute. And to be honest and candid, as a sector, trust the key components. And if we are going to indeed be that trusted partner, there are many people out there, stakeholders that do drive banking and financial services the sector offers, then professionalism becomes very key. And therefore, as the sector, the entire banking, the Ghana Bank Association, together this is the key, the enthusiasm, the interest is very high in our value to see how we can professionalize the industry and the sector. The people out there, customers, both present and potential, can trust the sector. So when I see a clear glad this evening, the daughter was full, celebrates, I really feel so much joy and I have that indeed being the right pedestal and we need to continue our journey. So that these are the very pillars on which a strong and indeed a trusted financial ecosystem is built. And it aligns squarely with our mandates and the Institute, the Center of Excellence in Financial Services Training. So the annual awards are an extension of who we are and what we stand for as the Institute of Banking and Financial Services. And tonight we honor financial institutions and individuals who embody the spirit of going beyond that finish line. We want to emphasize going beyond the finish line. And that must manifest in everything we do, irrespective of the institute that we represent. And I'm glad the CEOs of the different banks are here. We have our chairman, the Ghana Bank Association, Mr. Julius Sakita. You know, we are intentional. So CEOs, thank you so much for coming and indeed leading from the top. I thought a round of applause would please start from the field. So indeed, we want to celebrate those who go further and innovate boldly. Placing customers and ethics at the center of their work. I'd like to especially extend our heartfelt appreciation to Bank of Uganda for American. Whose support and leadership will use our stability, the integrity, the financial system. I'll be honest and candid with you that we've had conversation with the governor of Bank of Uganda separately, both from the UPA and that my chair is here, and the Institute of Bank and Financial Service received overwhelming support. So beyond the sponsorship this evening, this has been very valid and candid conversations on how we can continue to work together. And I've witnessed collaboration both from the APA but also the various stakeholders. some of my decisions that in terms of how we can together strengthen our sector. We want to thank our other partners, the Uganda Bank Association, ABI Finance, PwC, the government partners, many of you for your unwavering support. The judges, the King, continuation. Thank you. And we needed that listening to my men and ladies that we are released very warm to my heart in terms of the stature and the parliament. Of the judges that had the awards that we are going to display and celebrate. All participating banks that do every state, not just remittances, but showcase their standing work. We salute you, wholesome. Indeed, your contribution has made this inaugural journey inclusive and impactful. Those are the aspects that need the spirit, but togetherness, the power of collaboration, and the amount of greatness we can achieve when we apply ourselves and our efforts on the issue of the greatness and center aspect. I want to emphasize that the success of these awards rests on one non-negotiable foundation, credibility. Indeed, the president are handling that. The judges and speakers and I'd like to speak this because indeed you've listened to everybody that don't have any conflicts. At least your banking, we are committed to strengthening this platform annually. We will refine the categories, we will deepen engagements, the quality engagements, ensuring that the awards become the business standards of excellence within the sector, Uganda banking and financial services sector. I'd like on this note to thank and take opportunity to thank and recognize the founding members of the district as they became in the 90s. I'd like to share that to give your foresight to ensure that we have a standing body that has continued to nurture great talents in our country. Allow me to thank in absentia Mr. Leo Chibirango, Governor Emeritus Bank of Uganda, Mr. Perez Bukumne, the Deputy Governor Emeritus Bank of Uganda, President, and the Organic Assistant of the Congress, and Sir Richard Kaiduban, Managing Director of the ECB and founder of the bank. We salute you and we thank you for the great work and for the deep champion against. At the same breath, I'd like to thank the board of the Institute of Bank and Financial Services. I'd like to request that you are permitting to allow me to stand up and give the issue. Board members of the Institute of Bank and Financial Services. Thank you very much. This is a waiting, but supports who I work with to ensure that we pursue the mandate of the institute. I'd also like to thank the council members whose role is not just to confer awards and accolades, but also to mobilize funds, business for the institute, to advise us to the board on strategic matters, and to market the institute to very key stakeholders. I'd also like in this special to request the council members to stand up for recognition. I have a very strong evidence council members in the room. Yes, thank you so much. Led by Mr. Barbara Kasi, who I think maybe that will be coming, maybe he's still coming. I would like in a special way to also thank the entire team. In the spirit of excellence, to the future where these awards inspire innovation, motivate performance, and elevate the reputation of the sector, not just in Uganda, but regionally and globally. And we witness conversations where indeed the efforts, if I can say, the strength of all these bodies is discussed at the regional level. So we like indeed that we are the great station. So all the nominees, congratulations. To the winners, well done. And the entire sector, I would like to thank you for your continued dedication to excellence. Together, let's march beyond the finish line, shaping the financial system that is stronger, more trusted, and more future ready. I thank you all for listening to me and I mentioned in general. Let's make the most of this and let's purpose to really strengthen our sector and industry. Thank you very much. It was all arenas.
And I have to much deserved round of applause for this time. And of course, another one that the CEO welcomed us and officially opened this event. Another round of applause for her, of course. There's a general assumption that bankers are good with math. CEO, is that correct? Now, everybody who knows math, any math, knows that 1 by 1, 1 plus 1 equals 2. But 1 by 1 makes a bundle. And what partners do is they enable this 1 by 1 so that it's not just you struggling to achieve goals. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the partners that has helped us make this event possible is the Uganda Bankers Association. So join me as we start off to listen from them as a partner and listen to their remarks and what this journey means to them. Join me in welcoming the ED for Uganda Bankers Association, Mr. Wilbur Award. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. You know, I listened to you already. I hope you are the one.
I am, and I'm very glad, sir.
21. That is good figure.
It is.
I almost wanted to write, but I can't fail to salute the Honorable Minister of Finance presented here by the Director of Economic Affairs, the Governor represented by the Executive Director, Supervision, our own district chair, our own industry chair, Julius Katekyo, who is sitting right here. Let's put our hands together for him. Retired Deputy Governor, I'm sitting next to you, Perez Bukumi. I admire you many years, and that's why we do you fighting. Asante sana, karibu sana. Honorable Sir Richard Kaituka, you are the one who founded the history. We thank you for your commitment. We are just trying to thank you family. Colleague, member CEOs, partners, financial safety nets, leaders like the BPF, the IRA, senior bankers in the room, colleague, once again, good evening to you all. I think the chair of the speakers said everything, including the CEO. I'll just say a few things. But banking has changed a bit. And actually, we are honored to have serious here. Many senior bankers, but banking has evolved. And today, is it technology that has changed it? Is it the risk, the new types of risk? There are even new players in the financial sector, different from the traditional banking, isn't it? There are new players in the payment space. In the industry today, 52% of our year is just under 10,000 staff. are female. I think what we need to work on is the ranks as you go higher. Because as you go higher, the gender changes. But most important is the demographics. And that's the age group. What is in the industry? So that is a reflection of the country. We have young, vibrant, energetic people. Very high energy levels. What does this mean? They're agile, they take board with routine. We have a lot of energy. And that energy must be channeled something. Whether it's in sports, whether it's in new challenges, whether it's in innovation. But above all, they like to make competition. And that's what the bankers awards are. The chairman spoke about the trust and the unity. I just want to keep my short that the banking profession is not just one of trust, but we say confidence, isn't it? Our main business is money, confidence, somebody trusts you with their money. And even as we recognize you, we celebrate today, know that out there, the way you carry yourself, it must be that of example. Many years when I managed the retail function, I had over 1,000 retail staff across the country. Young people, you know, these days there are teams which are the husband. You know, hairstyles. You know, today we see our cyber security guys. Might be one time as a young man, I worked before I joined banking, company called Colgate, founded Kenya. I was transferred to Nairobi in July. July is very cold month in Kenya. Unfortunately, I've just had a French cat. And you can imagine what that means into my head. I had to ask the colleague to give me some clothes to try with my head. But yeah, that's fashion today. That's how the young people do their thing, isn't it? What matters is the results that we deliver. We congratulate you, all those who are going to be announced winners. I was sitting next to Godfrey, who told me that it means that perhaps they reconsider your paycheck since you're winners. I don't know, I hope so. It also means you become suddenly more marketable, isn't it? Congratulations, enjoy the evening once again, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wilbur. As my co-host is going to take the stage, I'll let you know that, sir, I know you talked about age and how things have changed, but your spirit is young. It's the word that's just non-compliant. So, but a round of applause for Mr. Hollywood. Thank you so much for being part of the partner.
When you visit someone's home, it's important to make sure you leave everything the way you found it. Now, previous speaker left the microphone to suit his height. So, the ED of UBA, Uganda Bankers Association, next time you know that you're hosting a short man and you put back in the microphone. So that you're going to embarrass my entire family and household for being such a tall man, because my parents keep telling me how tall I am. But when I see you, I know it's the man. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate the Uganda Bankers Association committee? Allow me to recognize another key person. This is the Insurance Training College. Here representing the CEO is Mr. Rogers Asino. I request Mr. Rogers Asino to stand up for recognition. Some people indeed are cut out to represent CEOs. Have you seen how Rogers stands up to when we tell him to rise up because he is the representing the CEO? He stands up and humble. Imagine me when I'm representing the CEO. I stand up and I wave at everyone. Before I speak, I need to see the popularity. I'm going to be grateful for the partnership of the Insurance Training College. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an exciting evening, one for awards, where some of you are going to receive, but some of you are not going to receive. Tell your neighbor you are a winner. Tell your neighbor. Yeah. We need to start from there.
Some people have a bad experience why they're not receiving awards.
Yes.
And I feel sorry for them. For example, this table might have terms and conditions.
Yeah.
Yes.
This table comes, this table terms and conditions. This table, the bit of terms and conditions. The rest of the table, it is you and your work. Tell your neighbor you are the reason. Tell your neighbor. Yeah, you are either receiving the award or you are not receiving. But to start us off, ladies and gentlemen, as a training institute, it is important that we start with our mandates. And allow me to invite our CEO for just a minute or two to just paint a picture to why we are giving the capacity building awards for professional development up to a short skills conference. Please join me one more time to welcome our CEO, Mr. Kudos.
It's very tempting. Thank you very much, Gavin, and thank you very much, Chair, the EUBA, ladies and gentlemen, it's at the time when we are going to recognize those organizations that have embraced the services at the Institute and grow staff capacity in one way or another. Before we award the competition, I want to address the family members. And to also tell you, I'm sure you're wondering how many members. First of all, to mention that in 2027, we shall be celebrating 60 years. Yes. 60 years having started in 1967 as a state and examination center for the Chartered Banking UK. So this gentleman studied at the Chartered Banking UK, but they felt it necessary that we become autonomous in 1990. So the greater part of the 60 years have been when we are autonomous. And you found it wise in the members. You did indicate that corporate organizations, banks then, you were in the banking sector, you were at the central bank, you were in the commercial bank. You felt that they would contribute to the institute. But that also, if at the end of the year the district found itself in a situation where they are making losses, you say that they would appropriately share that losses. And we have tried to have a many people share the loss. We have done our very best. And the aspiration and the expectation was that the banks would embrace the institute. And we have done an amazing job. All the way from the 60 years, we have got short stint courses, 1 to 3 day courses. We have got professional courses accredited by the National Council for Education, the Chartered Bank Program, the Certified Credit Management Program. We've got academic courses in affiliation with the Makerere University, the Masters of Arts in Financial Services, and we've got a postgraduate diploma in agricultural risk management and finance with the Mountain Islamic University. More are coming. Very recently, we've attracted certified tutors with the CFA to come to the institute so they actually go to us. They are attracted by the institute and they would like to start tutoring, and the board of institutions that they start tutoring at the institute. And eventually we will apply directly to the CFA and to become official partners of the CFA. We are partners with the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investment and quite a number of others. We have got, we are affiliated with the Alliance of the Association of Institutes in Africa, Institute of Banking in Africa, and the Global Banking Regulation Standards Board. Standards we keep when we are designing our process. And so, along the way, there have been many courses. In any given year, we have about 120 programs and POs. And this time is when we want to recognize these organizations that have taken up either additional courses, academic courses, short courses, continuous professional development. Those are two balances, so that they actually bring in now and see that their staff can actually benefit from this information. So it's my pleasure now to invite the director, professional development, to come here. And so that we can start that exercise.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming none other than Dr. Director Mary Kansime Nyenge. For those of you that have been closely following the institute, you know that she recently began the full research for legal continent for opportunity. Right. Allow me to invite the family members. This is Mr. Perez, Seth, and Richard and Juma. And this is to show you that what you started is still working. So please join us here, and then we will be able to start the family program. Now that we have given background, allow me to start with the professional and academic programs. And allow me to start with the DSU band. So I request, like, at the moment I give the institution, when you see that your CEO is not available, your ED is not available, your manager, let not an officer intern stand up when the manager is available. As a matter of fact, when you training, don't stand up when you see people above you. So for now, let's not have the leadership of PSC and back to come. Go down. And we don't start in the gym. But let's see. This is presented. Your mission or your mission for the possibility of your staff, you all are professional in the population.
Next on the line, this award is presented to LCBA and in recognition of their contribution towards capacity building of your staff through our professional and academic programs. Give them a round of applause. Be my son. Freedom Science next. This award is presented to Madfa Sample, MADFA Sample. It is the recognition of your contribution towards capacity building of your staff through this with professional and academic programs. May you come and refill our
However, they have this come, they won't will believe.
What artist? I was an artist guy in Liverpool. So was Bishop. That was not Glasgow. That is a true benefit. Because this album is presented to you, your condition, with your contribution towards the sustainability of your staff through our professional and academic programs. Absolutely. Now, that was fine. Yes. This is what is presented to you, the condition or your motivation policy, and that's the area of your staff throughout the professional and academic programs. But
Next. The Bulgarian Supermarketing and Financial Services Award. This award is presented to none other than Stanley Pack. In recognition of the contribution towards capacity building of your staff through this is professional and academic. May you move forward to receive the award. The award goes to right back again in recognition of your contribution towards capacity building of your staff through the Institute Academic Program. May you move forward and receive your award.
To our next long invites the Director of Economic Affairs from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development, Director Moses of this time, and support the second representatives. Please join me in welcoming the This presented to Stanley Bank. Contribution as possibility use of staff through our shared skills programs. This award is presented to Al-Sabah. We recognition, recognition. This award is presented to Diamond Festival, the recognition of the contribution towards capacity building, just by improving our life by relating social governance. So moving on to our financial inclusion agenda, these are institutions that are supporting us on our journey in financial inclusion, covering financial literacy, the savings challenge, just to make sure that we can touch base on our mandate. Join me in welcoming our board chair to do the honors. But now that we are done with the professional development, join me in appreciating Dr. Mary so that she can leave the stage. So that's now I invite Director Christine Nenonji, who is in charge of business development and members. Join me in welcoming Director Christine to join us in this.
So what is presented to you, the social financial inclusion agenda. So I think this is and indeed join me in congratulating Bank of Uganda. This award is presented the Bank of Uganda. It is unfortunately a collaboration in partnership with the financial agenda. So let me invite Governor. It's a great honor for me to, and indeed we all know the passion and interest. So we salute you. I think Diamond Trust deserves some because so it's the Diamond Trust Bank. Financial inclusion agenda. So CEO this is not more than things about. Yes, JD, congratulating kind of bank. Someone is the Sky Bank, including their contribution and partnership towards financial inclusion agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating the People's Protection Fund of Uganda. So what is going to you? You think of like contribution and partnership towards financial inclusion and you have really commit but as a community player, that team have done an amazing job. Thank you very much. We are very support.
Okay. Now allow me to invite the executive director of the Uganda Bankers Association to come and appreciate our partners over the years. But I want to start with our regulator, Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda continues to support the institute in enormous ways, not only as a regulator technically, but also financially. Can we welcome the regulator in our guest of honor to come and receive the award from behalf of Bank of Uganda.
I'm also very honored to like the chairman to be recognized in Bank of Uganda. This award presented to Bank of Uganda in recognition of your vision and partnership towards our membership, professionalization, and the financial inclusion agenda.
This next institution is our knowledge partner, but also has supported us in the journey of sustainability and ESG. So there's so many works we have done along those lines. This institution continues to support us in those lines with ESG sustainability, but equally enough financial inclusion agenda. Join me in welcoming NBA Finance to do this.
Their contribution and professionalization and the financial inclusion agenda.
So for the final one in this category, at this point, allow me to invite our CEO to do the final part before we invite Dr. One more time to take us.
This award is very emotional. We talk about the journey in very, very ways. More than man, and it is presented to the Uganda Bankers Association in recognition of the contribution and partnership of men, professionalization and financial inclusion. We brought this policy in idea and head and hand.
I still feel join me. So we have done the first set of awards, capacity building, talking about the professional programs, talking about the academic programs, up to the continuous professional development programs. Different institutions, members of the Uganda Bankers Association, together with the members of the state banking, have continued to support us along the way. But the institutions you have seen us recognize have moved a much time to making sure that they support the capacity building agenda within you. So I want to thank you very much and encourage you. It's important for me to make mention of these two institutions. One is Equity Bank. Can we clap for Equity Bank? Can we clap for you for microfinance? Those ones I have to thank them dearly because the award we received this evening stand on my desk or sit on my desk. Equity Bank for this year has sent the highest participants for our continuous professional development programs, which is around 275 people. So Equity Bank can tell you. These were then followed by Youth for Microfinance, who came in handy with the staggering 235. So Director Pash Shaping. There are institutions that I have to make mention of. Despite the fact that EPT and Youth have the leading numbers, these two institutions are very consistent in terms of monthly manpower. Allow me to appreciate Cairo Bank. Very, very consistent. They don't send me the money. Few, slowly, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3. And also, these ones slightly the same over and above private bank. This is Diamond Trust Bank. Let's give them a big round of applause. Those ones are also very, very consistent. They come in slowly, but very consistent. Their numbers slightly above. So I want to really appreciate them. The institutions that have made us feel like our stage is not sufficient when they come to take their picture. Team Yuga, what are you planning? What are you trying to my example event? But I want to thank you very much. We'll continue to appreciate different institutions that we move along. But for our next category, I don't want us to move very fast. Let me invite Dr. Maban for another 6 minutes. Then I come back and do our next part of the awards. Thank you very much. Dr. Maban, welcome to the baby. Move fast here.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next set of recognition, we are moving to the Sports Awards. Are we very excited? Can we come with the Sports Awards? Well done. As introduced before, my name is Christine Birunji. I work at the school as the director of business development and agriculture. And the next set of awards falls directly under membership, and that's a award. You remember most of us that did the fitness challenge, we started with a run this time round. And I want you to join me to thank Director Wilbur for hosting us at the weekend round. So that's the final change. We agreed that we all meet one place and we run together. And I think even next year, they are going to do that thing. Now, after the fitness challenge, how many of us made 30 days and we've gone to bed with this? Can you clap for yourselves? Well done. So after that launch, we went for both. And I want you to join me to welcome Mr. Mark Yogo. Our CEO ACPA, there is a reason why we are calling you sir, because it's a very love of the both. And so, as we are saying, we'll hand over these awards. That's why we put us and for our expectation. And we all got our results right. And we know that we are ready. However, we are going to recognize different displays. Now, join me to recognize Jimmy. These were Bank of Ghana players, and they are called that made Bank of Ghana here. That's all. So, Jimmy, if you are in the room, please join me. Serrano Walusindi, Patience Musime, and Kenya, and Director. This week, that's it. What you got one? You just have very minutes. So this other Sunday now of Uganda, be number one. That our meeting. Congratulations. Please clap for them. It wasn't easy. Thank you. Quickly we move to when after golf pitch, there is a lot of learning, not all of us are often. So we have to come and practice, and after practice, they compete. Join me, welcome Derek Mugera. Derek, you are in the room, as well as Danali Baluchi, who are in the room. Now this one, 10 lads, they competed, and Danali in the learning session, one under the mini category, while Derek, one under the mini category. Now, after the learning, we go to the actual go part. And join me to have our first runner-up, Mr. Director Pedro Sierra, and Elizabeth Wakito. Elizabeth Wakito. However, the winners, we have Samuel Lenzi, the winner's name, Samuel Laurent, and for the women, we have Patience Ostime. Patience Ostime. Ladies and gentlemen, when we read out these words, we really want to be on time. So you make us a representative, the person is not in, or you quickly run and pick the line. So we are first awarding the winner, Samuel. Samuel was standing back, please clap for them. While overall winner, women. Yes, question. Elizabeth Wakito. It's welcome out of the Uganda, I'll go back to the house to come and pick the overall trophy. A round of applause for Bank of Uganda. It's not easy until you put at the beach. Thank you so much. I think Django. That is good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to our next conference, now we quickly. People don't understand this, especially when it is not you participating. There are some of you who are just celebrating, you want this practically enough. But I want to thank each one of you. Now, moving on, I want us to move in this order. We will start with the ducks. Ducks in position number 3 was Bank of Africa, the Bank of Africa. We are only to award number 1, but I'm just reminding you of the journey. Reminding you the what of the journey. And then in position number 2 is Housing Finance Bank. Good chair, the white man says you were close to clinching it. And now in position number 1, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the first champion, 2025 Bank of Uganda. Good chair. Good chair. Now the evaluation goes to the boss. So now allow me to invite all right, in position number 3, Bank of Uganda. But the top swimmer was finished in the middle they were issue. But they were in position number 3. And in the second position is Everyone. In position number 1 is DFC Uganda. Moving on to chess. In position number 3, and we have KCB. We want to give you some background and pass to okay, I was reading chess in position number 3, KCB in position number 2, Amsterdam. Why have we appreciated them? And chess, yes, champion for the year 2025 career, which is Bank Uganda. Okay. That's chess. Okay, moving on to badminton. This fund really is their best. And when you see a staff, they do their best in this sport called badminton, but they can number 3 and sure next year they will finish it. Let's appreciate the badminton of Balorizm. In position number 2 is Sentinel Bank. And position number 1. This is a problem of using tech. I find it disappeared. In position number 1 is so now we invite the managing director Parliament, Mr. Julius Paketi, who supporting us in the starting group. And allow me to start with netball. In position number 3 was Sentinel Bank. In position number 3, netball. And the netballers of the year, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Diamond Bank. You are the next ballers? Okay. Next is Paul. Paul in position number 3 was Housing Finance Bank. And position number 2 was Absa Bank. And the winner is the Talents Bank. There is that the senator is here, the senator wants to appreciate you. So next, number tennis, position number 3, Centenary Bank. Position number 2, Bank of Baroda. And the secretary champion of this year, 2025, Financial Trust Fund, but these come to us.
Afghan from the institute, they didn't give us the institute, they organized us. The institute.
Moving on to volleyball, CDM, volleyball champions, they are very far. Give it up for Clarence Smile.
Okay, let me talk to them, they will get you. Four.
Julius, thank you very much. I now invite the MD Kairovan to come and do the honors. Moving on to football. Football in position number 3, KCB, position number 2, NCB, all from the young. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dan and the Housing Finance Fund. Position was made. Goalkeeper, the great these are the things is the CEO of the finance has told me that he was a goalkeeper. Yes, the finance was a very for. Very close. Okay, next is basketball. Basketball, position number 3, Standing Bank. Position number 2 for basketball, Centenary Bank. Council President, Doctor, and CEO, Fabian Kasi. Next time, you are this close. You know, CEO Fabian is a retainer and is an upcoming governor. So you don't really have this budget members near this close. Why you guys get the cast, this close. You have the basketball, but next year, I'm sure the activities are really better. And the basketball champions for this year, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on high and down. Thank you very much. And we move to our next in position number 3. EFCU Bank. In position number 2. Diamond Trust Bank. And as it is, as in Sky Bank, I want to see us come from yours. It was 500 that in the election. Ladies and gentlemen, they are getting champions 2025. This is all about England. Okay. We come to the final sporting activities for the night. Starting with the tag of war. Tag of war. Yeah, tag of war is tag of war. Do you agree? Yeah. Let's talk about Uganda. Yeah, because this three I have to see again. They have to see really well. That is not if they were. Position number 3. Tap of war. I don't know how they get number 3. Speaker. I want you to join me in understanding why I was confused. Keep finger, please stand up. You know what position I want to bring up in that. I think you can imagine how it is difficult for you to understand that we are here in Masini. But now, in position number 2, tag of war, in which land? Now, Joseph, please stand. Please stand up. Now, where is the tag of war? That is what they do. Give it up for 900. Say, you need to talk about the one in slow. You need to talk about the one in slow. moving on to water balancing. I've also summarized that this bank is in position number 3 because many of them things like digital accessors here, local accessors there, we have those branches. But in position number 3 is none other than the Standard Chartered Bank. I don't know how Standard Chartered Bank is progressing, but balancing and the position number 3 in some places. But balancing, very interesting. And then, for us, they were almost really because they almost one of their started has almost a branch case. Whereas I think in the women, they went through the position number 2, one coming down there. But now, the total balance of the year, the most complex of the industry. So that means we're coming in with man. Yeah. Their company is coming, is putting on blue. So you can look at his head and see what it means to balance the bottom. Very good. Okay, that's bottom balancing. Finally. Please give it up for you, man. Give it up for you, man.
Very fast, we are good to go. Very fast video.
Okay. Now, finding the different values in the envelope. These two in position 3 and number 2 are equally surprised. When it comes to surface, Sentinel Bank, position number 3. Sentinel Bank, okay. Bank of Bermuda, position number 2. I want to know how you really done there. But in position number 1, to my surprise, ladies and gentlemen, the surface service over here, Congress, get me right. Standing Bank. Where are you?
We want to me one. Can I do that?
Okay. And then we need a bit of virtual, but we also need a bit of physical. And I want to know from the room, will you enjoy the physical session of the quiz? Okay, in position number 3 is Bank of Uganda. In position number 2 is Financial Bank. And in position number 1, the quiz champions year 2025. Give it up for BFC Uganda. Okay. Yes, and together we are guests of honor. Okay. So the overall activity of the select is all about. We have awarded the different disciplines. From the time of the sacrifice, which are this, if you want us to do this, 2026. Dancing. Dancing. Team leader, Ram. You introduce dancing. I'm here the team leader of Finger State with Adi Ludo. What else should you add? Any simply you want us to add boxing. Surprises. Generally, you're gonna come to the association. You want us to add you. That would be the consequence of having a 17. But okay, position number 3, all for the year 2025. 12 people coming now. In which band? People, when it's going to be fathers, you can scare you. Ladies and gentlemen, it was very well when it came to the English side. With Indo, we were number 1. By the time we were done with the house door, we were number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, join me on coming down and Diane can be back. Some of you, this thing of giving, you have taken it to the next level. When we say this is maybe the touch of God, some of you fix the issues of money, and we put on all the colors, white, even the light blue. That's part of it. We, the most people, this will take it to the next level. But ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate the position number 2 once again, and we say the late president. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to show you a man called Masereka. Masereka will never allow this stand up. And we appreciate that very much. So for those of you that are going to hear this teaching, that gentleman has played a critical role for every single young and young out. We are standing on top, so we spend a lot of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, in position number 1, you're all winners of the year 2025 for all sporting activities. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming none other than Pam Jasper. So, congratulations to everybody that participated in that. And our community has very recently, we called our church and students and alumni to have a conversation. And then who walks in? Master Eva. Please clap for him. And I've watched him, sports gala after sports gala, being consistent as a team leader. And finally, they reached it. Just not that she was pursuing the child and number program made me really happy. Congratulations. So this is the time now to award our fellows, the honorary fellows. As we go towards statutory recognition, where we shall require when we fire them,
that every banker is a member of the institute. You know about ICT, you know about the architects, you know about the engineers, you know about the doctors. So it's going to be the same bankers. And as we go towards that journey, it was a requirement. We requested that the CEOs lead the way. And this is the time we are going to be our honorary fellows. And to do this, I'm going to request the guest of honor to please come out here and pay that honorary fellows as we wait for more and more to join us. I would now like to invite the MD NCBA, Samantha Report, to come on. The MD Diamond Trust Bank, Mr. Godfrey Serrano. The council presidents that have been passed already, this is actually your merits in terms of awarding accolade. So let me invite the MD Kalba, Mr. Paketo, to provide the CEO team. The energy housing clinic started. Mr. Hyman.
If because everybody has said we can't hear you. We said that we can't get bonus for the day. The empty caravan. See the caravan, hallelujah. It is called protecting the gates. Now, there were fellows before these fellows. Fellows that have been with us for the longest time. And now I would like to give them an opportunity to come and welcome fellows, if there is such a word. So I'd like to invite all those that have been, let me invite the older fellows to come and pass. Rotary and Richard Alaka. Rotary and Jumbo Show. Rotary and Fabian Cassie. Fred Mugabe. And at this point, I would like to welcome our founding members because they were fellow first. Please come and join this group. Like I'm being corrected. Okay, I get all the other fellows to do it. The fellows that have been paid to them, please come and join this.
So, why stop? Why stop? Angalia kwanza aroba bwana. Wewe mbaje unasikia? Unaja na mtu anamupa hapo bro. Babu wanae kulideko anda man. Babu kama babu wanasikia. Bro, kama nyingi zile man. Sasa hivi anataka watu.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please have a seat, the even stream of this, the big people are not coming. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, tell your neighbor the time is now. Tell your neighbor the time is now. In addition to that, tell your neighbor you are the reason. Yeah, you are the reason we are getting the award or no award. So, we have been quite strategic. So that we first bring in your CEOs. So that's now everyone who knows that they report to your CEO follows the solution. Tell your neighbor you are coming next during this. Tell your neighbor you are coming next. Now, ladies and gentlemen, quickly in the next 5 minutes, allow me to invite the panel of judges because now we are moving to the awards for the year 2025, where we are working with different disciplines, innovation, individuals, but also multiple together to the bump of the year. Allow me to invite now the team leader of the judges to come and share their journey in 3 minutes. And after that, I'll invite our technical partner in PwC to also come and share their journey in the next 3 minutes. And then we should be able to take away the awards as we close the night. Join me in welcoming the team leader of the judges.
The first, we can say that the microphone should be left in position for the next speaker. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm surprised that The sports gala is still as exciting as it was when we were young bankers. Everything is still the same, so I think it's good that we have added something else that will suffice. But, guest of honor, distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Uganda Bankers Association, my fellow judges, and all the brilliant minds that are here tonight. Good evening once again. And I stand by the protocol already observed. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you as the chief judge of this inaugural Bankers Annual Award ceremony. And tonight, we celebrate excellence, innovation, and the spirit of progress that drives our financial sector forward. I think that deserves a very big clap. When we were called to be judges on this inaugural award, we were all a bit jittery in terms of how we're going to deliver. But here I want to tell you the story on behalf of my fellow judges, because this ceremony marks a historic moment, and we want to congratulate the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services on making it today. While the Institute has long celebrated the industry through events like the sports gala we've seen here, recognizing of fellows, this is the first award of its kind. It's affordable, it's competitive, and it's inclusive, celebrating banking of excellence. During the whole process, we saw an impressive number of banks that subscribed to the awards, especially being a first-time event. It was quite impressive to look at the number of applications that we got. And in our minds, we were just actually having a laugh and saying, wow, clearly bankers now have got competition, especially when it doesn't involve interest rates. It's quite interesting. So the diversity of the award categories allowed for a wide spectrum of celebration, and this came from operational excellence to innovation, sustainability, as well as customer service. These awards were inclusive of various financial sector players, which reflected the evolving landscape of finance in our country. Our panel of judges, and I want to recognize them, brought together over 200 years of combined experience. And ladies and gentlemen, that's not just wisdom, but that's practically a financial personal record. But what it meant is that we had the depth and diversity to deliver it with insight and integrity. As with any pioneering efforts, we encounter a few challenges that offer valuable lessons for the future as we continue with our work. Some of the submissions lacked clarity, and in several cases, responses were left blank, and this resulted in many entries losing marks. A number of entries did not attach the required proof, and in some instances, documents were password protected. And yes, much as we love security, but it was at the detriment of locking out the judges. We also noted that most participants were from the Tier 1 banks, and while this engagement is commendable, we hope that in the future, lower tier banks will also participate in the editions coming up forward. Time constraints may have affected the depth and quality of responses, because some questions may have been unclear, leading to repetitive or superficial answers. In a few cases that we noted, participants submitted to us a whole annual report to prove as and let's not forget, some responses were so brief that Twitter would look viral. My friend, this was a competition, it wasn't a courtesy report, so we expected more in certain cases, and that made some members as some marks. So as we look ahead, as the judges for this year, we'd like to offer a few reflections and recommendations for the improvement of future homes. We believe there is a need for greater sensitization of all stakeholders, and this includes all the competitors, the judges, the auditors, so that we all align our expectations and ensure clarity in the process. Maybe allowing more time for submission could enhance the quality and detail of responses. Excellence does take time, and sometimes a second cup of coffee. When attaching large documents, it will be helpful to caption or highlight the relevant sections. This not only saves time for the judges, but also ensures that the intended point is not missed or misunderstood. Let us encourage all financial institutions, regardless of size or scale, to participate in these awards going forward, because recognition should be accessible to all who strive for excellence. After all, even the smallest figure deserves the recognition. And if you're going to send us 100 documents, at least include a treasure map. We needed to find your evidence. It was quite difficult sometimes. I would be remiss if I did not extend my deepest gratitude to my fellow judges. Please stand up for recognition. As well as our auditors, PwC, you were part of this journey, and you kept us in check, providing further transparency to the whole process. Fellow judges, your time, your commitment, and your integrity have been the backbone of this process. You were introduced, and the audience is aware of your qualifications. You brought not only your expertise, but your passion for excellence. Thank you for the long hours, the thoughtful deliberations, and the spirit of collaboration that made all this possible. And thank you for not falling asleep during the 100 submissions. It was close to that, because we did do winter. All of you have been in boarding school, you know what winter is. That's what we've been going through. My fellow judges were the unsung heroes of this celebration. If we had an award for patience and precision, we'd win it unanimously. So thank you very much. Tonight is a celebration, but it is also a call to action. Let us continue to raise the bar. This was just the beginning, but we feel as bankers who value the quality and credit of financial institutions, we need to raise the bar. We need to challenge ourselves and to build a culture of transparency, innovation, and excellence in our financial sector. To all the winners, congratulations. And to all the participants, thank you for your courage and commitment. It did take a lot of that to expose yourselves to judges who you are not even aware of. And the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services and the whole and all the partners, bravo for creating a platform that will shape the future of banking in our country. May this be the first of many celebrations to come. And next year, let's aim for even more sparkle, more participation, and fewer password-protected PDFs. Let me leave you with a thought that captures the spirit of this evening. Excellence is not a destination. It's a continuous journey that never ends. And that's why it's very interesting. Thank you for listening to us and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Yeah. I was reading to some of the information as you were submitting. Some of you sent your annual report and said, please find the attached for more details. In some of the other submissions, some of you asked for evidence, you put a picture and you say, as you can see above. Now, we appreciate that bankers will get very busy. But as the chief judge has said, this is a serious competition, and so you need to make sure that you get recognition here. Ladies and gentlemen, this journey would not have been successful without a technical person. This institution has held our hands, has guided the judges to make sure that they are sticklers to the assignments, but also are sticklers to the criteria that was shared, that was brought forward and pushed together. Please join me in welcoming the representative from Price Waterhouse Coopers EWC to come and make their statement as well.
Our chief guest, English president and gentlemen, allow me to stand the elegantly protected for us. Good evening. My name is Kutman Mayaj. I'm a senior accountant for Price Waterhouse Coopers. Very briefly, we are approached by the institute to provide support on this award ceremony as the independent evaluator of the results study. Our role was quite simple, and I'll take you through that in a moment. Allow me to say that Pastor almost a this for volume, so we won't have to contribute. I want to thank the Institute for the Trust Palestinians for this important evaluation. Now, at PwC, our purpose is to build trust in society and solve important problems. And when a group of bankers get together in healthy competitions such as this, and they need some referees, somebody to refer the referees, you understand that trust funds at a premium in today's world. And when we speak with CEOs through our MCs, one of the things that comes out quite prominently is we have observed some what we call the mega trends that are shaping our world. And amongst those that we've all noticed are things like technology and the disruption that it's bringing to our world, the blurring of industries that is known prominent like banking, but I think also polarization, the haves and the have-nots, and most importantly, the loss of public trust. And so whenever there is something that needs to be enhanced in terms of the trust, we feel that we have a role to play at this stage in one of those areas we can lend our experience and expertise to the process. Our role has been to review the awards criteria and recommend improvement to both, review the nomination and selection process, to support the fairness, transparency, and inclusivity of the awards in line with the defined criteria. Believe it or not, we're also required to look at the judges and the judging process and provide recommendations on the appropriateness of the selected judges, primarily based on independence and expertise. Observe the judging abilities and raise matters, if any, that are not consistent with the award guidelines. Finally, we're required to provide tallying storage sheet with which to record the results of the judging. Based on the judging criteria that falls for all the judges and serve as scores and tally those scores against a very simple process to which we bring nothing but the independence, expertise in this software. Suffice to say is that gentlemen, that our observations were similar to those of the judges, in terms of I believe that some of the things that you saw the submissions speak to perhaps the time that was available in the process. And I think it's a matter of progress, not perfection. We look forward to working with institutes to support the process that will allow one better participation, but also perhaps allow each participant to put their discipline forward so that those evaluations can be done on the basis of all information. That is all that I will say. That we will, this process, present a full report to the Institute that will summarize our findings. And suffice to say, those results of the Institute, I will now end the remarks. Thank you very much.
I really appreciate the bonus science for the EIUC. Now, thank you very much, first of all. But I also think that I'm sure that you will have impact of people that talking about watch news, interviews, BBC. You know BBC? In the future, we can be able to do some of them. Because I saw you did have something you are doing quite a good job. So thank you very much, Gothman. I want to now invite the panel of judges to come here for a group photo and also invite the CEO so that you can be able to appreciate the wealth of knowledge that Peter talked about for over 200 years, so that you can see 200 years in the picture. Let me invite the council president to join us and the executive director in the please join us.
Panel of the gentlemen, another round of applause. I feel that much more secure knowing that they did a good job in selecting our winners from tonight. I have a simple question though, Mr. Osman. Gaba was suggesting that perhaps you should work for the BBC. My question is very simple. The elections next year, what's the criteria for being Gobonoma for Uganda?
Which BBC are we talking about?
He's a very clever man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment of the truth. But before I get to that, I was thinking and did a bit of research about your question, dear CEO. And you asked some if they have fellows who are older than the fellows, they've got older fellows, and I think I have your answer. And I know everybody here will also know your answer. So let's try and practice with them and see if they know the answer. Okay? Are we ready? Big, bigger. Aha, good. We're on the right course. Small, smaller. Aha. Now let's see if they know your answer. Fellow, fellower. Yes. You have your answer, madam. All right, there you have it. And of course, please do join us on stage for the next part of this event, the moment we've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into the next set of awards, the institutional and individual award. It's the reason most of us are here, and join me in welcoming the CEO to join me up on stage. Please do not tire for the uptake time. If you haven't come up the stairs and down the stairs, it's good exercise. You know the beauty of the sports gala awards like this is that balance if you to their computer. So the exercise is very good. Thank you for joining us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if we could turn our attention to the screens as we get into the institutional awards and individual awards. First, we get into the first category. This award is for the category of Standing Digital Innovation. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to a financial institution that has developed and implemented a groundbreaking digital solution. It also is a man whose innovation has significantly expanded its reach and enhanced financial inclusion across the country. Before we can proceed with the nominees in this category are Joy Golden and the nominees are just a minute. Allow me to invite the executive director for you. Please join us on stage. And ask you guys, give us the nominees for this category. And the nominees are
MCBA Bank, Centenary Bank, I&F Bank, GT Bank, GTB Bank, Stanley Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, to award the winner in the category of Outstanding Digital Innovation of the Year, join me in welcoming the CEO of DPF, Dr. Julia Claire Reid. A round of applause. And the winner in this category is the Distillery Bank. And it's always nice to have a team close by to celebrate with you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is the award is for the category of Best Customer Experience. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to a financial institution that has demonstrated excellence in customer service, innovative strategies, and measurable improvements in customer satisfaction. The nominees, please. And the nominees are
I&M Bank, Equity Bank, Housing Finance Bank, GT Bank, Bank for Florida, Stanley, Uniform Microfinance, NCBA Bank.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because the winner in this category is, and the winner is Samantha. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to go to the next category, join me. Very good news in this previous category, which is the customer experience award category. We actually had two winners. We had a tier 1 category winner and a tier 2 category winner. And so, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the tier 2. This is what actually tearing the very cross. This is where you use these final tasks as you can scan by. All right, congratulations to them. And special thanks to the CEO, Dr. Julia, for not just doing the first time, coming back here. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our partner tonight and a very, very good partner for the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services to help us with awarding the next set of awards. The CEO for ABI Finance, Mrs. Mona Ngoma-Sabina. A round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to the next category.
This award is for the category of ESG Excellence Award. It is a prestigious recognition with presented to a financial institution that has demonstrated exceptional performance of the ultimate and impact in the areas of environmental, social, and governance ESG. This award also highlights nation's sustainability, ethical practices, and responsible behavior that contribute positively to society and the environment.
These programs are to the true meaning of service of ourselves. The nominees are.
And the nominees are.
House of Bank, Diamond Trust Bank, Bank of Baroda, Equity Bank, Centenary Bank, Housing Finance Bank, Rutherford Micro Bank, Public Bank.
You know, when the spirit starts sharing, when they're reading, you can't say word for me. Somebody is pressing their own buttons. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner in this category.
And the winner is Stepping Rock.
We have options to get rich. We're all professional in excellence. All I require for that, God's given me, and I know who I am. We have chosen generation. All professional in excellence. All I require for God's given me, for I know who I am.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the race that we're going might keep them to sit here, you know. Might ask them to just bring the chair here and leave them here. Ladies and gentlemen, we get to the next category. The next category, please. The next category. I said all the magic words. The next one, category. Have I forgotten any?
This award is for the category of Best Band in Agricultural Finance. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to a national institution that has demonstrated the quality in agricultural finance award. Assessment was the level of innovation of agricultural finance products offered and the diverse types of agricultural assets financed.
Nominees, please.
And the nominees are Bank of Baroda, Centenary Bank, Equity Bank, Earl Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner in this category. Round of applause for the Pearl Band of Best Band in Agricultural Finance. All right, you guys have put it down the trend. We have to know, ladies and gentlemen, the next category.
This award is for the category of Best Bank in Asset Financing. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to a national institution that has demonstrated growth in quality in asset financing. Assessment is also a level of innovation of asset finance products offered and diverse types of assets financed.
The nominees.
And the nominees are
NCBA Bank, Housing Finance Bank. Two nominees, only one winner. Give us the name.
And the winner is
We have the team, please come to join. Let's hear that, applause. Let's hear that, applause, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have to appreciate the videos. Thank you so much. To the CEO of UGS, this is Mona Gomez. For the next category, ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome the Executive Director at FIA, Mr. Samuel Very down there. The executive director. The next category.
This award is for the category of FinTech Partnership of the Year. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to a financial institution that has demonstrated collaboration with a technology partner. The award honors partnerships that exemplify innovation, agility, and strategic alignment, bring greater value to customers and the financial ecosystem. And the nominees are
R&M Bank, Hydro Bank, Earl Bank, Uniform Microfinance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner. And the winner is Pearl Bank.
All right, round of applause. Quickly to the next category.
This award is in the category of crime prevention. It is a prestigious recognition presented to a financial institution that has been assisted effectively of anti-money laundering, terms of financing, and litigation excellence. And the institution should have demonstrated adherence to not with international finance standards. And the nominees are
SBA Bank, Equity Bank, Tropical Bank.
and the winner is category. The winner is Tropical Bank.
Representative Tropical Bank.
Thank you so much to the executive director, Mr. Sandy there. Allow me this point to invite the CEO of Insurance Regulatory Ghana. The next set of awards, Dr. Ibrahim Hadina Bibweka, please, first. The next two categories, he's going to be awarded, let's hear the first. Category on Best S&E Bank. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to a financial institution that is demonstrating growth and quality in the S&E commercial application materials to serve as an incident. And the nominees are Kyle Beck, Beck O'Brien, I give us the video of the winner in this category. Ladies and gentlemen, the final category in the institutional awards. The award is for the category of the best bank in mortgage financing. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to a financial institution that has demonstrated a quality and mortgage financing on assessment responsibility to spiritual knowledge groups as well as education and that's emphasized to be important. The nominees and nominees are Dear Stephen Banner, Alvin Barnett Banner. And the winner is DFC. DFC Bank. Thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim, for joining us to look at this. And ladies and gentlemen, and now we get into the individual awards. This to award this category, before gives us a final mark of this event, ladies and gentlemen.
Allowing you guys, you get a bit, no, that's not what we're doing. Allowing you guys to see you. That's what we're doing. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is an individual local yes for use. The first category is an individual use.
This one is for the category of Banker of the Year. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to an individual whose contribution to both their institution and the banking industry has been sustained and exceptional rather than a single management. Assessment is also on vision leadership during challenging times and impact on innovation to their institution and the industry. These are
the last bank partner, Trinity Bank, Housing Finance Bank, RMN Bank, Europe Microfinance.
Yes, Stephen Massas from R&M Bank.
We all stand out as an individual. It's a opportunity of the out of the organization. So round of applause to keep an eye on. This is the kind of award that has a promotion period. You know what I mean? Next category.
Everyone is for the category of Best Branch Manager. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to an individual that has made the greatest contribution to growth of their branch in 20. Assessment was also on vision leadership during challenging times and impact on innovation to the branch and the entire institution. And nominees are
Accept that. How many times is that? You don't want to find
and the winner. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate youth. Not because it's special to be young, but simply because youth represents the future. The next category.
This award is for the category of Outstanding Young Banker. It is a prestigious recognition award presented to individual that has strongly entered into generation new ideas, drug innovation, and sustainable development. And these are her defense. The individual should help to change criteria for his or her institution to the benefit of customers, colleagues, counterparties, communities, and the learning sector. And these are art and expand. Is the Christian busy or decreasing? Give us the words. Is Douglas Long from Housing Finance. In a sense, he is very well. There's only one there tonight, but we're going to put a pause on it. Ladies and gentlemen, will now be welcome the guest of honor tonight to give us his much awaited and much revered remarks. Right before we get into the final overview of the evening.
Nyamusa kunanga charge ngoko wanikayo speaker. Yakala kayo speaker ngai. Akakuwa. Neka type C. Is that okay? Type C, is that okay? What type C? Yeah, what type C? Walinya level.
I know I'm the one between you and the leaders, so I'm very grateful. It's a pleasure I'm not doing tonight. For the Individual Bank Awards 2025, hosted by the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services, in partnership with the Bankers Association. Allow me to extend my appreciation to the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services for the invitation and for the vision behind this landmark event. This evening marks an important moment for our financial sector, a moment to celebrate excellence, innovation, professionalism, and service. It is also a moment to reflect on the journey ahead as we build the banking industry that is resilient, ethical, digital empowered, and inclusive. Launching these awards is not simply adding another ceremony to the calendar. It signifies deliberate effort to raise professional standards, inspire innovation and creativity, strengthen the economy, and organize excellence across the entire banking chain. The Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services have played a central role to shape the calendar, skills and professionalism within our sector. By establishing these awards, the institute sets a clear message that excellence must be visible, recognized, celebrated, and be rewarded. I'm pleased to note therefore that extensive list of institutional award categories, which reflect priorities that are vital for the strategic and growth of our sector. And these priorities include, these categories included Bank of the Year, outstanding digital innovation, customer experience, ESG focused banking, fintech partnership of the year, financial crime prevention, SME banking, mortgage and agricultural trade and asset finance, in addition to capacity building excellence. These categories give the right to develop the finance in modern, competitive and responsible banking industry. They recognize that institutions have demonstrated strong governance and risk management,
They have invested in the people. They are making innovative products and channels, and they are committed to sustainability. They are committed to customer-centric culture and support productive sectors of the economy. As one of the institutions, we have found the principle that institutional strength, the foundation of financial stability. I also applaud the introduction of the spokesmanship awards, which highlight the beautiful adopting dimension of professionalism, and that is character. These awards therefore recognize fairness and integrity, respect for customers and colleagues, teamwork and leadership, humility, discipline and ethical behavior. In banking, just as in sports, how we know is as important as winning itself. Sportsmanship therefore reflects on the trust and the trust the parents on which banking is built. Ladies and gentlemen, we are operating in a rapidly evolving landscape characterized by technological disruption, including cyber and fraud risks, complex global market dynamics, climate-related financial risks, growing demand for transparency and consumer protection, and the ever-changing customer expectations. It is right, we must ensure that that excellence is not one of events. It must be continuous. Professionalism must be uncompromising, and innovation must be responsible, and risk management must be coordinated. These institutions who are tonight represent the standards we must collectively uphold to safeguard financial stability and support Uganda's economic transformation. Let me take this opportunity also to commend Uganda's Bank and Financial Services for the unwavering commitment to professional development, certification and capacity building, research and thought leadership, and continuous learning across the sector. The partnership between Uganda's Bank and Financial Services and UPA is an example of what we can achieve when institutions combine vision, capacity, and collaboration. I also congratulate the institutions and individuals who participated in this new edition. Whenever whether you win or not, your efforts have advanced the industry standards and enriched the banking community. To the winners in both the institution and sports categories, the achievements symbolize dedication, innovation, and integrity. You set benchmarks for others to emulate. May this recognition encourage you to do even more, innovate more boldly, to serve customers more excellently, and to lead even with greater responsibility. In conclusion, as we celebrate tonight, let us commit to a future where Uganda's financial sector is stable and grounded in sound governance, is inclusive, serving households, SMEs, and communities, is innovative, leveraging technology responsibly, ethical, upholding integrity at all levels, and resilience, capable of supporting the country's development ambitions. The Bankers Awards will undoubtedly play a role in shaping this future. Regardless of Bank and Financial Services and EPA, thank you for launching this public platform. To all the awardees, congratulations. And everyone here, thank you for contributing to building a strong and more transparent financial system. I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thank you for your attention. Now that I introduce the guest of honor, I want to congratulate the Bank Uganda people for that amazing award. We can still miss. My colleague was going to some so we just missed that. Thank you so much for your attention. The item I would like to affairs makes our remarks.
The chief, yes.
before you explain that, we made an admission. We're supposed to pay this time just 13 months. Yes, empty, every single month. The fellow pay. So like you right, you get paid. Then we will request the other students to just training to be done in the chat. Very important. Quickly get the medical was kindly, please. Only. Thank you very much, dear fellows. Thank you for honoring this.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'll be very brief. I had a speech, but I decided that since a lot of things have been said, I'll try to summarize. We are at a time when we are seeing the country taking off. And we see that our minister telling us we're taking off. Our GDP growth last financial year was 6.3%, one of the highest in Africa, not even actually the world. The inflation was down 3.3%. Below the Bank of Ghana target of 5%. So there we give thanks to Bank of Ghana that we are showing resilience. Exchange rate has been stable, gaining 2.6% against the dollar last year. Maybe look at it. The shilling has been one of the most stable currencies in Africa. We are seeing growth recovery in so many of our sectors. Agricultural services performing very well, 42.6%. Agriculture is also performing well, and industry and services, that's where the economic sector goes. And I think it's the right time to go to things to clear up. We are investing a lot of money in electricity as an enabler. We now have over 3,000 megawatts. So we are in surplus. We are going to invest more money in the new system so that it can deliver electricity cheaply. We have the NBI, the National Backbone infrastructure. 70% of the country is covered, and we want to see more because that's what we think is going to exist. Our networks are bad, but we have 7,000 kilometers of paved road, which is about 30% of the road infrastructure. And we have already managed to make sure that we resolve the problems of the Kampala, greater Kampala, the greater area, and Java. Because that's a very big thing. We are getting the money. We are putting up the infrastructure. We are already money for the standard gauge rail, 2.7 billion, so that our goods can be very cheap. Now, I'm talking of all this because we want to see that we have industrialization in agriculture. So that our people we can industrialize as a country. There is no country that has evolved without industrialization. We promote tourism. Tourism is getting us about 24 billion shillings. But in our estimates, it can take us 50 million shillings. We can do culture and nature tourism. And that is possible. We have a lot of minerals, including oil and gas, and steel, gold, copper, rare earth minerals, and we want to exploit this for the good of this country. Our oil is coming out of the ground by July 2026, so we should see some money coming. We are focusing on science, technology, and innovation, because that is the future. Efficient energy and storage, the way we do things. So when we look at all this,
Nzoga wiki utakupa. Unapogamia mbuzo. Nyama wa kubiga mani. I wanted this.
Is increasing very slow pace. When you look at our percentage of GDP, 14%, and that can't really move us very fast. We had some discussions with Will Growth, and he said he wants to do it more. But I think let's look at what are the policies, what are the actions that we need to take to make sure that our credit grows from the 14% to at least 40%. At least 40%. With that, we think we can finance our territorial growth strategy. That is really where we are in the banking sector. I know you have done well. The NPLs have reduced, which is a good thing. But we also want to see more of long-term financing. Because there's a mismatch between the money over there and what the economy needs long-term financing. So we should sit together and see how we can promote long-term financing. Those are the issues that I was going to come and verify here, so that as we go and we're talking about banking financing and whatever we want, banks which are going to make sure that we reach the last mile.
Then I share with my friends. Card reader. Gina. Gina. That sits here.
Providing this last mile organization. That is really our challenge.
I have the card, but the card reader, these are the pots that use the card reader.
When I
Flash.
We as a government, we are committed to make sure that this economy is transformed in a sustainable and inclusive manner. We don't want to leave anybody behind, and that is very what to say. I want to end this a story. If I still remember, there was a by Chief Archers. And Evo was not still wanted to borrow money from Kenan Tower. Kenan Tower was like a bank, we had money. And they rejected providing Evo money for his doctors. But at the back of it, William Ken looked at his application and he said, this is a good investment. And he actually organized one intermediary to give people money so that his businesses would survive and thrive. And this is what happened. So I challenge you to make sure that you look for innovative ways on which you can look at a proposal and you don't look at security. You look at the proposal and its merits and finance that proposal because that is what is going to go our platform. On the reward, I also must mention that one time I had a reward. I went to the World African Games and I was running 1,500 meters. And I actually broke the African record. And then I woke up.
Thank you so much for those very much for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to award the one most prestigious left award. And before we allow me invite the governor back again to join the team on here, as well as Gender Bankers Association, he's with us. Kind for Mrs. Simona, Simona, please join us as well. And also, please. It is a prestigious recognition award presented by financial institutions that leadership, innovation, customer service. This award also owns a bank that has not only achieved strong financial results, but also contributed meaningfully to the development of the banking sector and the broader economy. The nominees. And the nominees are
Absa Bank, NCA Bank, Bank of Baroda, Stanbic Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate the winner is Stanbic Bank. As Stanbic Bank makes us every single one of us is a winner. Because we've been able to provide such an amazing service, we appreciate Stanbic Bank. A lot of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's always that time when you visit someone in their home, there's always that time when they start to bring food there, and you start acting very busy. You look at the flowers, your pictures, it's almost that time. But before we close, allow me to invite the owner of the house, to allow us to open the microphone here and there, and to give what to receive as well. Please.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Indeed, it feels like home when you're hosting people and you see the event unfold and they are just out of the event and they are waiting for the event to close. It's a big and honor, and we really want to thank you very much. But before I give these closing remarks, allow me to invite the entire team of the institute. Please come to the stage very quickly, everybody from the institute. Please clap for them as they come, my dear gentlemen. Wow. I think you can see that we have got quite a beautiful, handsome, well-collected team at the Institute. I only have one request. I think we need to talk to Joseph to borrow some heights. But otherwise, we have a very, can you please give them a big round? Ladies and gentlemen, this will not be for simple, it was in Christine. I do not know where Director Christine is, but the business development team, the membership team, did a lot to put together a sports gala as well as this event. The professional development team for every work that they do on an ongoing basis to professionalize the industry, we also thank you. I want to thank you here and hope that the entire team is thanking you for their amazing work. And now to you. And now to you, our dear guests, particularly the CEOs that enabled this to happen. We've been coming to you every year, trying to improve everything that we do, because for us it's continuous improvement. The sports gala has been improved to the level where we say, let's come together, let's sit together, let's celebrate success. Now we are the ones. You still made it possible. I have been hearing noises that next year is going to be super competitive, and that's what we want. Super competition that's going to help us achieve what our lesson or achieve this has actually told us, and what our lesson has told us. So, in those very few remarks, I want to congratulate those that have won, encourage those that have not won, because you've actually won. Every time you come and compete in an award such as this, you are a winner. Because the ones that have not competed will not know what it feels like. And you have a team again. Now is the time for us to make merry, celebrate. Please don't leave the food for us. We just wanted to make sure that you stay every bit of the words. I want to wish you a very warm evening and also call up people to join us for the evening. We have the Banking and Financial Services Awareness Month, a very big one that you need to come to as an industry. And I think that will be communicated further at the UPA. For now, let's Thank you and thank you so much. Can you please stand the power? Very well done. You, I think you are part of the team. You should come before we take a picture. You've done us very, very well. You only seem like you're part of the Bangladesh team, but yeah, you're still very welcome. So let's take a group picture and then we'll carry you. Please don't forget to use your coupons. Some of you still have coupons. Don't forget to use them. The food is sumptuous, the music is here, the band is here, you can't even see it. So how do we Can you please come and direct us very quickly?
Thank you so much for the answer here. As you had the Monday, I'm going to nice to meet you. And in catching up with the food you have at the end, I'm going to come and report to you then. Ladies and gentlemen, just like she said, she might, the food is sumptuous, please do not be in a hurry to eat it. We kindly request that we first let these hands and conditions tables go first, and we let them go first, and then I'll let them follow. And allow me to welcome saxophonist Mr. Atekeka Joseph to give us peace. Kindly do not leave yet, just wait patiently, have dinner, and then we'll leave. We'll also have the band playing right after that, so Mr. Atekeka Joseph, the sax. Take it away.